All right, there we go. Would help if I actually had the mic on. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and just change right on over to the game capture. There it goes. So, uh, we're gonna get right back into Genshin for the night. We're gonna look at Jinyun's story quest, and there's a couple other quests that I've found because last night I roamed the village and the Vale in general. I have not picked up the quests except for one that happened just because I got too close to a place and I couldn't stop it at that point. Um, Apparently, there's one that just starts when you're close enough to the interact thing. Um, but so first off, this is the new world boss. I was farming them for a bit last night just to go ahead and have some materials available. But last night I did go around and get close enough for the waypoints to load. I've got all the easily findable waypoints open up so I can get around the map easy. Um, According to the achievement panel, there's two that I have not found yet. So I'm not sure where those are or how that works, but there's still two that I'm going to stumble on at some point. However, I was doing the daily commissions right before I went to bed, and Paimon started talking. She wants to go back and check on Fujin after the end of the story. So I'm going to go do that and see what that turns into. And then I'll get started on the next piece. However, even before I do that, I have one thing I want to share because I just thought it was really, really pretty. Paimon's always in your head if you let Paimon in. Oh, wait, that's not. Shoot. I'm thinking of the wrong mountain. Which mountain was it then? This one. No? Oh, come on. I went here 3 times last night because I thought it was so pretty. Now I can't find it. Da, 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 da. This one. That's it. That was a good Paimon? Is that what you're saying? Yoink. Yoink. Okay, so I did a puzzle up here last night, and it gave me this. And this is what I want to share because it's so pretty. Going to be doing the quest and you don't want spoilers? That's fine. Uh, Let me share you this, though, because I think you'll appreciate the gorgeousness. Look at this view. So I really like this because it's actually having me circle the mountaintop. There we go. It has you circle the mountaintop and then plops you on this platform, and this platform is probably one of the tallest things in the game. So you can see into Fontaine. You can see down over into Mondstadt. You can see further into Liwa. You can see over into Sumeru. Like, it's just like you can get a little slice of basically everything but Inazuma from here, and it's just like, I love it. When I first got up here, it was sunset, and it was so pretty. But yeah, I just wanted to share that because I thought that was really, really gorgeous. Also, I don't know what these white trees are down here. Those are new, I think. Actually, I wanted to see if those have a special wood, because they might be used for crafting something. I forgot to check that last night. I suspect there'll probably be an existing one because it would be a little silly to have like 6 trees to gather from. But at the same time, Genshin just makes some weird choices here and there, so I wouldn't rule it out either. All right. Fragrant cedar. I'm going to assume I probably have that. Okay, yeah, that's an existing... That is an existing wood type. That's what I thought. But I wanted to be sure. Alright. So we're gonna go see what this follow-up is. Oh, hello. Lingwan, why are you here? Alright, how did I do that voice last night? Oop, no, stop autoplay. Oh, yeah. Shoot, I can't do that in the cutscene. I turned it back down because it was hurting my ears last night. Yeah, the game's super quiet. I'll fix it in a minute. Thanks for mentioning it. I knew I'd forgotten something. Huh? Lingwan, why are you over here? Because I can't get in. Can't get in? Where can't you get into? Carp's Rest, where Fujin is resting. Oh, you mean the place Fujin dragged us off to way back when? It is an abode sealed by her adeptal energy. I don't have her adeptal energy, thus I cannot go to her. Huh? But you didn't mention anything before she went back to rest. It escaped my mind. Do you need help? The adaptal energy you possess is sufficient to open the gate, so yes, I need your help. Huh? Wait a second. So you've been waiting here for us this whole time? I was not waiting for you. I was looking for a way into Carp's Rest. That seems like pretty much the same thing. Anyway, we're a bit worried about Fujin's condition too, so why don't we go see her together? Fine. Thank you both. Follow me. Alright. But yeah. I completely forgot about turning the audio back up. And it wasn't that it was hurting my ears, it was just that I was starting to like watch some videos and do some other things for a little bit, and I couldn't hear them over the game audio at that point, so I lowered it back down. There we go. Alright. Oh. Wait, it's up? It's a teleport? Oh, is that why there's the walkway and then I couldn't get in earlier? Because I found this hidden walkway last night, but I couldn't do anything with it. Ah! Okay, game. Achievement, the secluded path. Okay, it's under the mountain. Let's see. I'm a flying fish. I'm a flying fish. I'm a flying fish. Ah, okay, so this was one of the waypoints I didn't have. So now there's just one more. It's pretty. Oh, it's under some of the water, I think. Yeah, we're under the edge of the waterfall. Tinky? Paimon? Lingwan? Why did you all come here? Oh, that's Fusion's voice, and it's coming from down below? I can go, I'm worried about you, or Lingwan is worried about Lingwan's a little worried about you, let's be honest here. I am not. I just... Yeah, Lingwan's been so worried about your health she can barely speak. We just came here without giving you a heads up, but you did the same thing to us first, so Paimon thinks we're square. Huh? Oh, sorry. When I returned here to rest, I think I forgot to unlock the entrance. I'm so sorry. You came here to see me, but I made things harder instead. Oh, it wasn't much of a hassle, but why are you, hiding in the puddle? How should I put this? I can't return to the form I prefer yet, and with you guys always seeing me in my carp form, I can't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Oh, you're aware that we've already seen it many, many times, right? So there's no need to hide yourself, is there? But before I could turn back into a human whenever I wanted, so I thought moving around as a carp was just a matter of convenience, but now all I have is this slick and slippery self, so I find it a bit... Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a strange thing to be so insistent about. But anyway, all that matters is you're okay. But Lingwan said your adaptable energy wasn't consumed, it was just dispersed around the mountains, forests, and rivers, and that's why you've been weakened so much. So, if we collected some of this scattered adaptable energy, just like when we were finding the golden carp in the valley, you'd get better, right? Yes, at least in theory that's correct, but... Right. So if we see carp, we should bring them back here, and you can recover so much faster. That would be far too much trouble for you. My power is not yet that feeble. I can simply rest here for some time, and it'll be enough. It's not that much of a hassle. We'll just keep our eyes peeled if you run into any. Well, thank you, then. However, I don't really want to trouble you any more on my behalf. You've already done so much for me. If the two of you should happen to find any more adeptal energy during your travels, simply transfer it into the jade here. Though balance has been restored to water and soil, if we can add more power to the rain jade, we can ensure favorable weather and prosperous years to come. And what about you? Really now, I told you all already. I just need to rest for a bit. Tinky, Paimon, I really am grateful and quite happy that you came to visit me. This is the first time anyone has come here since Herblord left. And thank you as well, Lingwan. I have done nothing worthy of your thanks. All right, enough of that then. Just think of it as me thanking you for bringing Tinky and Paimon here, really now. And lastly, let me say thank you once more, Tinky and Paimon, for all you've done. Ah, this is where I finally use the carps. Okay. Well, you can get a couple levels on that. Yep. When you've collected 40 carps, you'll receive a revelation marking remaining locations. Awesome. Good news. I got a bunch of carp already. I'm at 28 out of the 40. I've done good. Have some fish. And I can collect nice levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Leave it to me. All of it. Whatever it is. What exactly is
So I've got
it?
5 levels down and 5 levels to go. Oh, there's a pretty jade name card for the last one, too. Ooh, and some limited banner wishes. Oh, and one of the range aid statues for housing. Okay, they put some cute things in here. Reveal? Oh, that's for when I get more of them. That's cute. So now if I check this, enter the carp's rest and return. Okay. Did that. So yeah, I'm missing a waypoint now. No idea where. I'll worry. In general, I'll worry about that later. But I suspect it's some other underground chunk. Probably has a side quest tied to it because I found a quest up here in the harbor. I found a quest in the village. And then I found one, I think it was over here in the canyon. But I didn't take any of those because I wanted to see what they said first. But there's very clearly a couple of quests in these every time I hear chonk, I think of big old kitties. The big chonking kitties. Who doesn't love some big old kitties? I mean, what? Oh, are you gonna stay in here now? Are you gonna stay in here and watch over your friend? Speaking of which, this should be your abode, right, Fujin? It feels a bit different from other Adeptal abodes we've been in. How should Paimon put it? It feels more pragmatic? There's no weird mechanisms or transparent floating bridges or... I'm very sorry. I was just too embarrassed before, so never really explained clearly. I cannot create new adaptal realms like the Adepti of the South. Carp's Rest is no abode. At best, it's just a cave. Cave, realm, whatever. They're all abodes if the Adapti live there, right? Aren't they? Still, we don't even know when you can turn back into your human form. All the power she accumulated has dispersed across the land. She will be unable to revert her form for some time. I am the same way when I've exhausted my power. After Master died, the snow fell, melted, and fell once more after melting, and did so countless times before I could regain human. Oh, so that's it. Wait a second. You can turn into a person too? Why, of course. There's much you two know not. Why, back then, on Mount Yaojun, Lingwan's looks were Fujin. No need to speak of such things. It has nothing to do with the present topic. So the whole thing about eating too many tea cakes at the temple fair in human form and crying to Herblord about brewing weight loss tea? Or the incident where you accidentally drank the celebratory libations and hauled four spores in to ask them who's prettier, me or the Herblord? Wait, I'm not supposed to be speaking of these things, am I? Fujin. Wow. After all that, Paimon's getting curious. What does your human form look like? Would you be as blue as you are now, or would you be a slightly lighter shade? Lingwan, could you turn? Okay. I will not lie. The way these two have been going at it verbally for the back half of the story, I am shipping them together so hard in my mind. So, like, please be hot. Like, if we get to see your human form, please be hot. Lingwan, can you turn human for just a second? Question mark, question mark. I refuse. Okay. Human bodies are weak. Human bodies are weak. They lack fangs to rend and rip prey, and claws to hound and hunt enemies. I would not do such a thing unless commanded to by Fujin. We'll leave this to you, Fujin. Really? In that case, I think maybe we should just respect Lingwan's wishes. Oh, I do not have any wishes. If you have some, tell me so directly. Anyway, thank you, Tinky and Paimon. I never imagined the day would come when I'd be able to talk to others like this. As one has found oneself in such a joyous state of mind, one is willing to bestow protection upon you two for your journey, guaranteeing success and great fortune. Ah? Sorry, I got a little carried away. I wanted to try being like those Adepti, so I thought I'd try out a phrase or two. Anyway, I'll be staying here and praying for your journey to go smoothly. No, they've confirmed. Several characters have mentioned Lingwan is female as well, so it's like, Big, strong mountain beast human form? Yes, please. Swear to God, if she's just like blue Dea, then I would laugh so hard. Oh, they have like they have a water barrier up. Because you can see literally the water in the lake above. It's so pretty. Alright. So that was the thing I wanted to show off, and the little story bit I wanted to go ahead and do. There's still one teleport point somewhere on the new map, and I don't know where. I have two theories, but I'm not going to worry about it just yet. Because we are going to go do Bird Mom story. Paimon has a sudden yearning for those quirky stories told by Cloud Retainer. Go to Mount Aokong to see this Adeptus with whom you are quite familiar.
Leave it to
Yeah, I was trying to go for like.
What do you say we take a day off from adventuring and just find somewhere nice to relax? Let Paimon think. Where are some nice places we could go? Oh, why don't we pay Cloud Retainer a visit at Mount Outsong? It's been a while since we last saw that illuminated bird. She's always the one popping up out of nowhere and scaring us half to death. So let's surprise her this time.
Jeez, Paimon, there was some tone in that voice.
You seem tired. Would you like some tea?
But yeah, I was trying to go for kind of like the like husky voice for her when I was voicing the beast earlier. Yeah, the nice thing about Story Quest, I don't have to sit here and voice it the whole time.
Do you still remember the first time we came here? We even brought offerings and everything. And when we told her that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor. Paimon thought she'd be impossible to get along with. But now that we've spent some more time together, she's really not like that at all. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right? Still, Paimon's got some snacks around here somewhere, so if she really wants something, we can just use that. Huh? Traveler, did something catch your eye?
She's right behind you, Paimon.
Whoa, what a pretty lady. Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer?
Seems like she could also be a powerful adeptus.
Yeah, you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. She must have a whole bunch of Adepti friends from all over the country.
Bookie cannot look and assumed cause Blue Wolf bad Bookie. It's okay. You are the squirrel. The squirrel is Book.
Okay, but if we're both friends of Cloud Retainer, then we're basically friends by association, right? Want to go up to her and say hello?
Who knew you were such a social butterfly, Paimon?
Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon's got this. Hello. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Just say everything in a nice, even tone, Paimon.
Paimon doesn't think we've met, but we're also friends of Cloud Retainer. May we have the pleasure of learning your name, Madam Adeptus?
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has this shift in form so clouded your eyes that you no longer recognize one anymore?
Wait, you're...
Paimon hyping it up in hype that they're cool enough to say hi. Paimon walks up, crackles. Eee! Yes, it her.
Huh? You're the illuminated bird? But you look... human. How did that happen?
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities. As for your confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now because...
Well, one has made plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human form for such a trip is simply a way to make matters less conspicuous.
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place. In fact, Paimon can think of several examples. Like last year, when you suddenly appeared on the top of a roof without any warning. Or...
It feels like Cloud Retainer has her reasons, but doesn't want to discuss them too openly. Oh, I almost forgot. Paimon brought you some gifts.
Hey, didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
Lady, nothing's conspicuous about that outfit, but then again, everyone else is also decked out. Not everyone, just important characters.
Oh, so you have taken care to follow the proper rules of etiquette after all. Most commendable.
Well, this is all Paimon's got. You don't mind, right?
One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else. So long as you've shown proper
Hooray,
respect
mild
and
praise.
consideration, the quantity or quality of the gift is but a trivial matter.
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, where were we before you reminded Paimon about the gifts?
Cloud Retainer said she's going to visit some of her disciples. Moose says, have a drink, you're thirsty. I mean, you're not wrong, but yes. Yes, she basically did, because Paimon, we didn't really prepare, and it was just a case of, oh, Paimon had these in the pocket.
Ah, right. So by disciples, you must mean Ganyu and Shenhe. It's also been a while since we last saw them. Maybe we can come too.
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shenhe and Ganyu should be quite pleased to see you again. However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
No reason in particular.
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see how you were doing. We were hoping you'd tell us one of your stories. Who knew we'd run into your human form while we were at it?
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for Liyue Harbor. Ganyu is likely still working at Yuehai Pavilion, so that shall be our first stop.
Sounds great! Then let's all go to Liyue Harbor!
1,000 moonlit miles.
Ganyu has been quite busy with work as of late. One can count on one talon the number of times she returns to Mount Outsong each year. Shenhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future. Did they think one was so easily mollified? One shall investigate everything with one's own eyes, and decide for oneself if their living conditions are satisfactory.
Oh my god, she's literally having doting mother and empty nest syndrome at the same time. Isn't she? Alright. We're just gonna go ahead and teleport nice and close. I was going to use it as an excuse to get some silk flowers as well, but that's actually where I'm going. I'm going to approach from the side so I don't inadvertently get myself killed dropping in. So I have a bit of a bad habit on that. Like that! Oh no.
We're almost at Yuehai Pavilion. Hey, do you think Ganyu will be shocked to see Cloud Retainer like this? Guess we have no idea if Shenhe and Ganyu have ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go?
She's back there.
Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
Quietly now. One shall stay here. You two can go and meet with her.
But why? Isn't it
2 nights in a row.
together?
Hey, I gotta keep you on your toes.
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied and drop everything to attend to one's visit. One fears that would only result in her staying up all night to make up for lost time. One does not wish to trouble her. Conversing vicariously via you two shall suffice. Do remember to inquire as to her recent well-being. Again, do not mention one's presence here.
Fair enough. Makes sense. Alright then, we'll just pass on your regards and...
Cloud Retainer?
Oh, never mind.
Oh. Busted.
Is that lady someone you know, Miss Ganyu? She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting for a little bit? I believe my schedule today is quite full. Although, perhaps I could move some work to later in the evening.
Oh, not to worry, Miss Ganyu. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away.
Thank you, Huixin.
It's been a while, Ganyu.
I'm trying to remember if we even saw our last
Greetings.
Lantern Ride or not.
What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too. It's been quite some time since I last saw you in this form.
You are quite mistaken. One is not acquainted with this Cloud Retainer of whom you speak.
Oh my
One is
god, woman.
simply a mere mortal passerby.
Huh?
Seems she's not buying it.
God, you saw right through her. Mm-hmm.
That was but a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to recognize one so easily, especially after so many years of only seeing one's other form.
Ganyu looks totally bewildered. She's thinking, why wouldn't I recognize you? I used to see you every day. How bad do you think my memory is?
But recognizing you is, my responsibility as your disciple.
An apt observation. One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important...
Oh no! Book!
Cloud Retainer's right. We've still got something
That's-
super important
I think that's honestly one of the first times someone else has clipped me.
on today.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today. A more involved reunion should wait until you find yourself less occupied.
I understand. That should be fine.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows through your veins, excessive exhaustion will still cause grave harm to your body. It still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep when you suffered from nightmares.
Cloud Retainer! Stop!
If you insist. We are running short on time regardless, so one will refrain from going into each and every story. Why don't you continue your conversation? One shall simply stand by and listen.
You discuss some of your recent adventures.
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time we spoke. If you ever need anything, please just come find me at Yuehai Pavilion. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appearing in this form, don't you think it'd be helpful to adopt a human name?
A human name? Huh. You raise a valid point. Considering the sheer extent of one's renown, Cloud Retainer is surely too recognizable as a name.
You really think so? Not that you're not famous or anything, but... that famous?
You presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless, Ganyu's advice cannot be ignored. From this point on, when in public occasions, be sure to refer to one as Shenyun.
Canyon?
Ah, I assume that's a reference to the full record of Pristine Pavilion. An Adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise, free and unfettered. The writer referenced Master's name to describe her carefree and spontaneous nature.
Oh, that sounds super cool! Paimon feels like only the most powerful of Adepti could rise with the clouds and rest with the moon.
Actually, those lines were originally written to describe Cloud Retainer herself.
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what of it? Did you truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than average size?
Not exactly.
Paimon looked away in embarrassment. Totally what Paimon had in mind.
To be fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishments. The tales of her past can only be found in ancient texts. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in Liyue. Left with no choice, many people left their homes, while others spent day and night praying to the Adepti. Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it is enough to gain a visceral understanding of all the pain and desperation during that time. On top of the drought, a noxious gas also began to spread through the land. If not for Cloud Retainer's efforts, much of Liyue would be nothing more than a barren wasteland today. The books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and the people were saved.
Wow. That's incredible!
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely with one art, and even if one had not interceded, the other Adepti would surely have stepped in to help.
Even so, you stopped an entire drought! Can you really control the weather like the book said? Oh, Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you. So it was Paimon's bad for calling you Illuminated Bird before. You're not too mad, are you?
How laughable. A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why would one be offended by such a trivial matter?
That's a relief.
Jinyun says names are social constructs.
Continue to call you whatever feels right in the moment.
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And what, pray tell, of her monthly remuneration? Moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work? Is she allowed time off during Lantern Rite?
That is a lot of questions.
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Shenhe to her employer personally. Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So, with Chef Mao being swamped with customers,
Oh,
and
she's
Xiaolin
working at the
often out in
restaurant.
search of new recipes, I introduced Shenhe to staff the restaurant.
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Xiangling is kind and astute, while her father is loyal and reliable. One has no cause to believe that they will make Shenhe's work difficult. Now, it is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon. One shall visit Wanmin Restaurant in person and see how Shenhe is doing.
Huh? But didn't you just say that you had something important to do?
Can that wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Ganyu. One shall see to this matter on one's own. There will be many an occasion to dine together in the future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time.
See you around, Ganyu! Paimon was pretty quick on the uptake there, don't you think? As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon realized that you were just looking to cut the conversation short and not take too much of Ganyu's time. Is Paimon right?
No, in fact, it was not an excuse. One is indeed visiting Liyue Harbor for an important purpose.
Wait, for real?
The moment is not yet upon us. Still, the truth will be...
Oops. It's gonna cut off the voice line, isn't it? Yep. Dang it.
She really seems to be playing up the whole mysterious Adeptus thing right now. Is it because we just heard that cool story about her powers?
Don't mind me, just picking all your flowers. I'm more surprised I'm alive. I fully expected to load in dead after that cutscene. Because I have had that happen. The guard rumbles awake. No. I'm just taking some extras. It's not hurting anybody. Oh god. Oh, let me up. Boing. Yeah, I make it a point when I pass through here to just grab some of the flowers because they're a bit rare. Alright, we're gonna go down to the restaurant. I will even be good and walk there.
Consumer psychology.
And lunchtime.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, how can I not? Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of a fine lady, eh?
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes. Hey, how about you ask her?
You do it.
No. I think you should. Wait, she's coming.
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to...
What would you like to order?
2 servings of Mora meat to go. Good chat. Bye.
Welcome. It's been a while. May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
It's been a while.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is?
This is Miss Xinyun.
Master?
One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before. How were you able to ascertain one's true identity with such ease?
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. I would recognize you no matter what form you take.
Half here started airbrushing a project you've been neglecting. Oh ho! Which project are you unneglecting?
You...
Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great food, too.
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler in Paimon. are you here for Shenhe? The lunch rush isn't in yet, Shenhe. So I've got things covered for now. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some time with your friends. I'll let you know if things pick up.
Thank you, Chef Mao.
Tinkerbell, you working on for your mom? Oh, that's sweet. Where do you want me to sit? Behind the restaurant? Ah, yes.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human. Still, the work here entails dealing with quite a varied group of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
It's been manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
First, I try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
Oh, how should Paimon put this?
Sounds reasonable enough.
Oh, a sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into human society.
And you, Master? How have you been?
Simply marvelous. Though Mount Outsong has scarcely enjoyed your presence recently, one has hardly found the pleasure of one's own company to be lacking.
I see. Just as expected of Master.
What she means to say is she misses you two a lot.
I have missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately, I've already had a conversation with Chef Mao about taking some time off soon to visit Master.
Oh, you did? Do make note of such matters in your letters in the future. There's hardly a need to keep one in suspense.
Whoa, her mood shot up just like that.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor, have you had the chance to visit Ganyu?
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's past.
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master? I believe this to be a good topic of conversation.
No, not a problem. One was
The kids are finally getting a chance to dish on Mom for a change.
Proceed. One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest. In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race. Mooncarver accepted, only to find Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh, what kind of device was it?
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron. What was it called again? Oh, an electro-powered bicycle?
Oh, you refer to the bicyclical Thunder Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with Adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day. Oh, it
She
boggles
made a
the mind
motorcycle.
why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could barely keep up. Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory, when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final stretch. Truly a most unfortunate turn of events. Anyway, do go on, Shenhe.
Master, that was the end of that story.
Is that so? Huh. With you gone, one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Lonely?
It's just
At one
throwing it out
stage,
there.
Entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights. 'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous.
Mm-hmm.
What is the reason for that look upon your face?
It's nothing. It's just... Well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again. Paimon's just a little bit confused. Which one of the two is the real Cloud Retainer?
To me, they are both, Master. One is the Master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the Master that I respect and adore.
Huh. One finds oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet you refuse to grace Mount Outsong with your presence for any extended period of time. One would almost question the sincerity of your estimations. This is not to say that your words paint an inaccurate picture. One has always lived by a single ideal. Eschew all action and abide by no rule. One does as one pleases and speaks as one pleases. Others may critique or praise as they see fit, yet one places little weight in such judgments.
She got like, what, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple? And it's as if her ego was about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shenhe.
I'll try my best.
You can do it! As more and more guests trickle in, Paimon takes the opportunity to order a whole array of dishes.
So much yummy food! Paimon's gonna feast!
Is this food to your taste, Cloud Retainer?
One is fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes here demonstrate no shortage of culinary skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration. One has already begun to conceptualize the next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Everything's so tasty! A bit too hot at times, but still super tasty.
I'm sorry, miss, but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else, Granny?
Is that going to be Madam Ping?
But it smells so
Oh,
delightful.
no.
Can we really not eat here? My poor legs can't go on for much longer.
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and see if anyone's happy to share a table.
Okay, I'll ask around. Excuse me. Would you mind letting us share a table with you? There are no empty tables left, so... Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
As long as you don't mind our chatter.
Great! Thanks so much. My name is Shuyu, and this is my granny, Yuendai. Granny? Yep. Is there something wrong with that? No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young. A lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks.
And
but
wobble.
She's actually much older than she appears. Granny? Why don't you take a seat? Come on, it's not polite to stare.
Huh. Have we met before?
No.
Tis the fated
Maybe.
meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you.
I want braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground after a rainstorm.
No, not this again. Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu. Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people actually eat that?
Can't hurt to
Well,
ask.
that's what Paimon was thinking too. Need any help? Help? Oh, do you mean with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing. Actually,
Oh,
her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning.
well, this is turning a 180. What about your parents?
They died young. It's just me and Granny now. Oh, but it's okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got. Wow, you're really tough for your age, kid. You're too kind.
And me? Oh, what about me?
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really gentle, and you're always there for me.
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? Ah, I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream where everything was dark. Someone was standing in front of me. She told me to come and find her, and that once I'd found her, I would be free.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. Ah, you know, I believe I've had this dream a great many times. But just how many times have I had it? Now that I do not remember.
Wait, so you have a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely. Her eyes are clear and her breathing remains calm and level. One sees no signs of possession.
Are you sure?
Who do you take me for? Is one not an adept? Am I not an expert?
You're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case,
Yeah,
do you
expert.
still remember what the person in your dreams looked like, Granny?
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me. But not as I am now. My younger self.
A younger version of Granny? This is just getting weirder and weirder. What is going on here?
As one said, fate must have brought us together. You may leave the situation to me.
Are you sure? So, what are your names? Paimon's Paimon.
Tinky is Tinky.
Just Shenyun is fine.
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But first, I'm sorry for asking, but, how do you want us to pay you back? Oh, we don't need any payment for this.
We're just curious about your situation and want to help if we can.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. But Miss Shenyun, what exactly can we do to help out this Granny? All we have to go off is that dream. Where do we start?
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places, her memories will likely return.
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do. The heavens above, the earth below, the wispy clouds, and the emerald mountain streams.
Okay, taking that as a no. I might have an idea. Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist heroine who saved loads of people from a disaster.
Kung Fu Granny?
If it's true, then maybe they wrote about it in the history books or something. A martial arts heroine? Oh, Shincho knows tons about Liyue's chivalric traditions. If anyone knows about the heroes of the past, it's him. Let's go find him at the Feiyun Commerce Guild.
No, I don't want to bring him into the story.
But I'm still hungry.
I'll go order some food, Granny. If there's nothing on the menu you especially want, I'll just get a few different things.
It seems we must part ways for now. The Traveler and Paimon are bound for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, while Yuendai and Shuyu shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have matters to discuss with Streetward Rambler.
Streetward Rambler? Oh, you mean Madame Ping!
Precisely. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace once you are ready.
I wondered if she was going to try and meet with Ping. Oh, Book has decided to get a pancake. I said I was going to make the pancake command, and I did. I probably still didn't make it completely correctly, but hey, I took care of it. You're a chain pancaker. You're a filthy pancake stacker.
It's you two. What brings you here?
Shincho! Great, we found you! We wanted to ask you about something.
You explain the situation.
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure.
Anything is helpful and appreciated.
I can't pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But considering her age, I am reminded of a nameless heroine who's been featured in various chivalric novels.
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine appeared and began to clear away evil spirits and bandit camps. The people idolized her, but never learned her name. All they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, she supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together as a fearsome duo of otherworldly strength. After the drought ended, the heroine and the exorcist left the public eye and began living a reclusive life in the mountains. All that remained were tales of her incredible accomplishments. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yuendai. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Thanks a lot, Shincho. We knew it'd be worth talking to you.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of extra research on her story, but it was just out of personal curiosity.
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Shincho, if you've read up on her, do you know of any places often associated with her?
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and Qingyun Peak. Perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those three places. That would explain why those locations appear in the various novels written about her.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. To be honest,
Kitty gets to
I found
milkshake,
some
Bunny
parts
gets to
of the story
pancake.
confusing when I first came across it. If Miss Yuendai was indeed the original inspiration for the character, she may just be able to help me put the pieces together. It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime, even after retiring from the public eye. But no one ever saw or heard from the nameless heroine again. There were even rumors that she became extremely ill. I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory. It's almost as if she was trying to hide from something. There's probably far more to the story than what's been written.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover the truth.
That's a deal. Perhaps, behind the truth of it all, there lies a story more fantastical than any work of fiction.
Paimon feels like we just learned so much from Xingqiu. A drought, a nameless heroine, a life of seclusion. Wait, why does the story sound super familiar? Oh, right! There's a drought in this story, too! Xingqiu, are droughts super common in Liyue or something?
Well, they used to be. But people have long since developed methods to prevent them, like by cultivating the soil or digging canals. So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago is probably one of the worst we've had in the last several centuries. The crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains became rabid and agitated. Countless caravans were attacked, and people who lost their homes came together to form bandit groups. What started as a natural disaster soon became a human tragedy as well.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. She must have been someone of true integrity, to do so much for the people while asking nothing in return. Still, as terrible as that drought was, it was nothing compared to the truly calamitous disasters that befell this land in ancient times. They say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the strongest of Adepti could hope to dispel the ruin and devastation. Do you have any other questions?
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Xianyan and the others again. Paimon hopes that Granny Yuendai will be able to remember more of her past. She used to be a great hero who saved many people. So sad that she can't recall any of it. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time, Xingqiu. Thank you so much for your help.
It's no problem at all. Safe travels.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
Now, up to the terrace. We're gonna take a shortcut. Out of context.
I recorded the tune that you requested. I hope it will be of help to you.
Oh, thank you.
Popping in to give the stream your blessing. Gonna shower and sleep. Have fun. Okay. Have a good night.
Straight word, Ping. What has amused you so?
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such change in this world, and yet you appear just the same as ever.
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping, One would like to seek your counsel on a personal matter.
Oh, why so formal all of a sudden? I must say, you're making me a little nervous. What is it?
Well, the inquiry is as such. Approximately how much mora would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor, not unlike the one that you yourself lead?
It does not require as much as you may think. Still, do you mean that...
Clavitainer, Madam Ping! What are you two talking about?
Nothing save for some trivial matters. Have you unearthed any useful details?
Blush, like a blushing.
Let's save it for when Chuyu and Miss Yundai have joined up with us again.
Do not be troubled, young lady. Here, have some tea.
Thank you so much. What do you think, Chuyu? Does it match up with what you know of your granny?
According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tianheng. Maybe that's my grandpa. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in our attic full of a bunch of weird sigils.
Should probably pay a visit to those 3 places in the books.
Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
What marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweetness in this cup. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains, thoroughly one with nature and at peace.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like. There's no need to hurry. At our age, it's always nice to slow down and take the time to appreciate pleasant conversation among friends.
Thank you.
Rest here for a little while then.
Okay, since we have the time, can I ask you something?
Sure thing. What would you like to know?
I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
Kiddo? You're not really her granddaughter, are you? You're the missing memory. Hot symptoms went from moderate to severe. Oh no!
What exactly is it? I didn't quite catch your request.
Are you gonna be? Can you rest for a bit to help, or what you need to do?
Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since we started talking in the restaurant. But are you guys all adepti in disguise?
Oh! About that.
Do, adepti in disguise. Have a drink? Okay.
Well, you guys just seem super special. Plus, I think I might have heard Miss Shen Yun call herself an adeptus.
Must have been a slip of the tongue. Shen Yun, since you were the one who, misspoke, maybe you can explain to Shuyu here what you really meant by that.
Yeah, think of something, Miss
One
Expert.
is indeed an adeptus. Is that of
Okay, fine, or not.
I knew it.
Need some more water and sleep, probably. Yeah. Easy queasy, not being able to work, being stationary. So you think it's giving you trouble because you're kind of having to just sit and stew over it. Don't suppose you happen to have a treadmill or something you could use a little bit? Give yourself some short, slow active. I mean, you could just kind of pace around the house, but that gets kind of boring really quick. Yeah. Yeah, I know you had your toe poked at. That's why you're having to stay home as well. You're kind of stuck in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You don't sound surprised at all.
Well, one time when I was a little kid, I saw a pure white illuminated crane. I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all icky and gross. But then this snowy white crane flew down from the sky. She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. When I woke up, I was already back in my bed and my fever was gone. I really wanted to thank her, but I was too sleepy to stay awake, so I never got the chance. So, I just kind of wanted to ask if maybe any of you have ever met an Adeptus like that?
A pure white illuminated crane? The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Cloud Retainer?
Never has one met an Adeptus with such features. One surmises such a description is but a hyperbolic embellishment that oft results from narrative accounts.
That's weird. Was it really just a dream then? Well, even if it was just in my head, it doesn't matter that much anyway. All I really want is to help Granny recover her memories. I'm really grateful for all your help.
Leave it to us! Now that we know the 3 locations, we just need to visit them one by one. Let's go to Wangshu Inn first!
Okay, I'll go get Granny.
Well, I hope you're able to rest, Book. I know the over-resting is also an issue, because that can mess with your other symptoms, but you're gonna need to find the balance while you're recovering.
Wangshu Inn.
We'll definitely keep you in our minds and our prayers.
Do you remember this place, Granny?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious. And if you look out into the distance, you can always spot a bird that's been left behind by its flock. I believe I used to have a room here. It had a window. Yes, I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Which room was it again? Let me look.
I'll come with.
Paimon's still having some trouble understanding what she's talking about, but if she's so familiar with this place, that must mean she lived here, right? Wait, huh? Whoa! Shell! What are you doing here all of a sudden? You scared the living daylights out of Paimon!
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come take a look. If
You will accept these prayers and enjoy them, damn it.
I suppose there's no cause for concern. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have returned to your previous form.
You've met her in this form before?
I have indeed. I fought alongside her in this form on many occasions during the Archon War.
Oh, wow! What was she like during the war? Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Oh no.
Behold, the glory of one's newest invention, the Bang Bang Continuous Fire Mechanism. Hands up and surrender, or be prepared to
Paimon!
An impressive imitation.
Paimon knows her all too well.
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. You may be unaware, but her talent with Adepti Sigils is just as formidable as her skill in mechanics. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death. The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and solemn, only speaking when she had to activate her sigils.
A cloud retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it. But what happened after that? If you were so powerful in your human form, why did you decide to take up your bird form again?
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals, what use would one still have for such a shape? When dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world, a mortal form is hardly the most fitting of choices.
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealing herself to the occasional visitor, and always in her avian form. Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago when she decided to don her human form. I believe it was for the purpose of...
One believes there is little need to relive bygone matters.
Granny, are you okay?
Back then, at this place,
Perhaps this conversation should end here. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any trouble, you need only call my name. However, given that you are traveling with Cloud Retainer, I trust you are in good hands.
Poof.
Everyone! I think Granny is finally beginning to remember her past.
Slowly now, calm your mind and recount what has been recalled.
a long time ago, I stayed here to recuperate from my illness.
Huh. So what Shinjo said was true! You did fall ill! Was that why you went into hiding?
I don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I can't even remember the name of my illness. The only thing I can remember is that it took a great toll on me, and there was no cure for it. I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. I'd come to every once in a while and stare at the migrating birds outside the window. It was a solemn sight. I remember crying, but I'm not even sure I knew why. One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he sold me a bottle of soul-revitalizing tea pills. He told me that the pills were concocted using Adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery. My illness remained dormant for several decades after that.
So the dementia you're actually suffering from right now is...
Wait, but if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that what you're going through now is just a relapse of what happened all those years ago? And it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms in check? Paimon's brain kinda hurts. Do you remember anything else?
I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, if only I wasn't so useless.
Hey, you're not useless. You've done so much for me. Watched me grow up. Raised me. How could you say that about yourself?
Oh, fret not, dear child. Granny was just a bit frustrated. That's all.
The recovery of a person's memories is a gradual process. Finding pieces of one's past is always superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Next location. Next location. Oh, why don't we go to the area north of Dwayun Karst next? There isn't really a landmark there, so where should we start? Oh, Paimon's got it. Let's check out the houses in the area first. After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed somewhere, right? Oh, Paimon's really got her thinking cap on today. At this rate, we'll recover all of Granny Wen's
Is that what your halo is, Paimon? Is that the thinking cap? Oh. Okay, so this is going to be a little more scattered. All right, that's the case.
I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
Just going to glide our way over. Oh, we got treasure hoarders. Ah, another test subject.
Whoa, why are there so many treasure hoarders here? Guess it's time to round up some bad guys.
Becomes the hunted.
Do you remember anything about this place, Granny Wendai?
Let me think. I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think I stayed here too long. I might have just rested here briefly before continuing on my way.
Got it. That's okay. There are still plenty of other places we can check.
Wait a second. If I remember correctly, I believe I brought... Ah, yes, I brought some sweet snacks with me. Go on, take some. You need to eat a lot if you want to grow big and strong.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
now you're Paimon's favorite friend.
Help herself.
Alright. So there's going to be one up the mountain and one around the shore. Let's go ahead around the shore. Low-key, Granny voice and your Granny's voice are a little bit similar.
Huh?
Hello, Whopper Flower. I still need your items for Farina, so that works fine. If I eat a sweet snack and share it with somebody, I think we'll fall in love until the next full moon. I don't know. I guess it depends if you share their favorite snack or just a regular snack. Snack from Granny 'cause magicals are Granny? I assume you're going for Grannies are magical? Grannies are magical, but most of the time people don't fall in love with grannies. Alright, you have any memories of this place?
I don't remember this place at all. I don't think I've ever been here before.
I said most people, Moose.
Still, I was thinking... This place feels perfect for a game of hide and seek.
Huh? Why a game of hide and seek?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I used to play that game a lot with Shuyu when she was younger.
I don't remember playing it that much. Are you sure about that, Granny? We only played a few times, and we stopped once we realized I was no good at the whole seeking part.
Ah, is that so? Then I must be mistaken.
Not here then. Let's try somewhere else.
Alright. And question is, how tricky is it going to be to get to our next place? Might not be too bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Alright, Granny, by a process of elimination, this should be where you come from.
Paimon sees an abandoned house. Why don't we take a break over there?
This place. It's...
Did you remember something, Granny?
I remember. Shuyu, this is where your father was born. It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me. We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so we took refuge in this house. Your grandpa set up a barrier outside, but neither of us knew if it could hold the monsters back. I remember that night. I remember falling to my knees, reciting a prayer over and over. I alone am the source of this sin. Punish me as you wish for forsaking my oath, but spare my innocent child.
Sin? Oath? Did you do something wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only remember praying in the darkness with all my strength until the sun finally rose again and the fog cleared out. Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries. That baby was your father. I remember I clutched him tight to my chest and wept tears of joy. It was the first time I'd ever felt such happiness in my life.
Oh.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy, and so are you, Shuyu. You're so much like him, and I love you both so much. But you're always going to be different from me. Why? Just what did I do?
I don't care what you might have done, Granny. You'll always be the person I love more than anything.
You're too sweet, Shuyu. I'm lucky to have you with me. If not for you, I would not have had the courage to come here, to try to remember what I had forgotten. All right, let's not stand around any longer. There's one place left, yes? Let's go take a look.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Qingyun Peak. Yuandai, how fares your health?
I may be a bit slow, but I'll do my best to keep up. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Climb on. I shall carry you to the top.
Oh.
Oh, such lightness of weight.
All those who grow old grow frail in the end, do they not? First, you lose your memory, then your health. Eventually, you end up losing everything. My only wish is to depart this world with a lucid mind, to free myself of this torment and the burden it places upon others.
Fret not. You have my aid in this endeavor.
Silly Gerald.
Book says, have a drink. Okay, I can do that. Alright. To the mountaintop! Or the mountainside. I don't know which. Mountainside. Should be safe to fall from here. Whoop.
We're finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny One Day?
Let me see. How strange. Have I lived here before?
I mean, it's because it had to load a cutscene. It's fine. Hopefully. Maybe. Take your time, Granny.
When we were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of familiarity. I could easily picture myself in those places. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just didn't leave a strong impression on me.
But did the stories get it wrong then?
We can't expect them to get everything right.
Yeah, that's true. But they're also the only thing we have to go off of. Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny Uendai's memory just like the others.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too.
It's alright. We're not going to give up yet. We'll figure something else out. Just you wait.
Thank you. If only I could remember. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
Oh, let Paimon look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Aotsang? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Aotsang. Mount Aotsang.
Granny, are you okay? Don't push yourself, Granny. It's okay if you can't remember. You shouldn't do something that makes you sad.
Mount Aotsang, What am I really?
Mount Aotsang holds some familiarity to you?
It does, but I can't go back.
Are you feeling unwell?
My head, it feels all heavy and dizzy. What is wrong with me?
Cloud... Miss Xianyun, is there anything you can do?
Let us go to Mount Aotsang.
But...
Fret not, all will be well. You and you have already given more than enough to the pursuit of this endeavor. You may leave the rest to me. I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restoring your lost memories. It currently resides at Mount Aotsang.
Wait, really? When did you do that?
I never leave anything to chance. All will reveal itself when we arrive.
See, I'm fine. Going right back to the table.
Come on, just tell Paimon already! What's this thing you've prepared?
Here, this is it.
Oh, the thing she was working on when we got here.
Isn't this the mechanism that you were tinkering with when we first got here? Oh, is it another invention of yours?
Precisely. A recent one at that. I am most pleased with the result. I call it the Suspensus Somnium mechanism. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle adeptal tune, can help the listener subconsciously relax and even enter a semi-hypnotic state. Soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential uses are numerous indeed. And of course, it can also aid in the recovery of lost memories.
Oh, I need one of those.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! But if you had it all along, why did you keep it to yourself until just now? We could have come to Mount Outsong right off the bat and saved Paimon a lot of floating!
How preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her own efforts, the device would have nothing to draw upon. We Adepti can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Had she lacked such determination and strength of character, one would have little to offer in way of assistance.
Paimon thinks she gets it now. Hey, what's that other thing?
As previously mentioned, a gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured such a tune from Streetward Rambler. Only with her melodies can the mechanism reach its peak power.
Whoa, Paimon can feel what you mean! Paimon's body feels light as a feather. It's as if she's lying down on a warm patch of grass after a super satisfying meal.
And you, Yuendai, is the mechanism helping you to relax? It appears she has already succumbed to the depths of reverie. Come, join one on this side. We shall give her some time to herself.
We're just gonna leave Grandma sleeping standing up?
The drought is over.
Oh, okay.
But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its course.
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for a second.
Please. Please, no. Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew, perfectly straddled betwixt the
Somebody come get your grandma. We just left her here.
This is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left. The you of the past, the me from not that long ago. We should have never.
Granny was the white bird that saved.
So that is the truth. No wonder this place is so familiar.
Granny! Granny, are you okay?
Cloud Retainer.
Your memories have returned?
Wait, did you just call her by her full name? Does that mean you already knew each other?
Yes, I now remember everything. Everything.
Granny, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, don't worry, my dear child. Granny is fine. I'm so sorry, everyone. You've gone to so much trouble on my behalf. It's all come back to me now. The most important thing that I had forgotten was the truth of what I once was.
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience. Reclaiming a truth long buried is sure to come with a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps one should recount the story on your behalf while you compose yourself.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must face my memories head on. Shuyu, everyone, I cannot thank you enough for all your
Story
help.
time, story time, story
I'm
time.
ready to tell you my story, if you're willing to listen.
Please, Granny, don't force yourself. What happened in the past doesn't matter. I love you more than anything. Nothing you say can change that.
I know, dear child. My feelings for you are exactly the same. It is for this reason that you deserve to know the truth. Some time ago, I made a terrible mistake. One for which I could never atone.
Is this the sin that you mentioned in Dwayne Karst? What happened?
I am, in truth, not a human being. My real form, one that I held for centuries, was that of a wild crane. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain, Cloud Retainer, became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me. She even passed on the secret of cultivation to me. Though she never took me on as a formal disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually passed us by. Until that fateful day 50 years ago.
No, the Yakuza would be from Inazuma, not Liyue. 50 years ago, during the drought?
That's right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past deeds. From them, I learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis in the past. She was the one I looked up to the most. More than anything, I dreamt of becoming an adeptus like her. I wanted to travel the land like she had, relieving suffering wherever I went. But I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with the crowd. Once she learned of my desires,
Yeah, I was gonna say it would be a triad, but I don't think we've really brought up triads in Liyue.
she warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time, I would forever forget my past as a crane and become something neither human, beast, nor adeptus.
Oh no. So that was the source of your dementia all along.
But you never turned back into a crane.
Was it because of Grandpa?
Indeed, I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met, it was not only my first foray into the world below, but his
It was
as well.
True Love book.
Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me, he cared deeply about the world and wanted, more than anything, to cleanse it of all pain and suffering. I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years passed by in a flash. Yet I did not want to leave his side, so I...
Oh no, what happened next?
I committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant that I would eventually turn into a monstrosity. I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes, but I was too ashamed to face her. So I wrote her a long letter instead and asked someone to leave it outside her abode.
I mean, we got the grandbaby right here.
Support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. In my shame, I fled and tried to hide from the world, such that no one would be able to find me again.
That's why the nameless heroine hid herself away.
That was only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal to return to the life I was fated to lead. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was pray for forgiveness, even if I had long forgotten what needed to be forgiven. Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those soul-revitalizing tea pills, I probably would have...
Granny, what's wrong?
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence? Tea pills concocted using the blood of an Adeptus? No, it couldn't be. Master, don't tell me. Back then, that merchant was actually...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the pills a symbol of one's best wishes.
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity, the only person I managed to
Your sin was not transforming back and returning to the mountain, yes.
You knew where I was all along.
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself among a group of wild cranes and ask one to pick you out from among the flock. One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident. One always recognizes one's own, no matter what form they may take.
Wait! Paimon's confused! So, Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When? And what happened after that?
Perhaps it is now time for one to recount the rest of the tale.
Oh, is it a cutscene? Is it going to be a cutscene? Oh. No, it's our memory dungeon? Look, Mommy. Bird Mom. Okay, so this has our weapon, balance, and C3. Okay. I've heard C2 is really, really good because of the shockwave damage. Is basically, if you're going to go for her constellations, you really want C2 and you really want C6 because it just makes a massive buff.
One was furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses.
Oh, this is... This is very beautifully done.
One had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a complaint and rarely left your side. Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies, glaring though they may have been. Wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one eventually decided to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate attire. Only after meticulous scrutiny did one
that little mustache.
As one expected, you were most ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest inkling of recognition. One was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance?
Boing, boing, boing. Is the glow? Oh, the glow effect is letting you know that the jump effect is still in play. She was so proud of the mustache. Yes.
Nevertheless, one would speak to you about another matter, if you are amenable, even considering your loss of memory. One was simply flabbergasted that you could so easily forget the consequences of consuming medicine infused with Adeptal blood. Its proclivity to attract monsters is hardly that complicated of a concept to remember. To think that you tried to travel while weak from sickness and heavy with child. Had one not intervened to clear the fog, all of you would have been lost during the night.
She interfered that night. Book must go switch laundry. Okie dokie. I really do like the little animation on the fan. Sounds like there's going to be a fight. There's the barrier Dad put up. And it's cracked.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
Kaboom. Ooh.
Those monsters would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely incited by the presence of godly remains. Said godly remains, in turn, were likely drawn to the trace of one scent on your body. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one's very making. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest. Although certain mortal matters remain foreign to me, one could not help but be moved by your joy. To see you happy, that was more than enough. Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait, but if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale.
Alright, so what's the truth about when Kiddo was sick? I like how they stitched together parts of the map for this. Where am I going? Ah.
Just as Yuendai troubled one with her antics, so did you give one many a headache. Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. However, upon seeing one's form, you began to cry, refusing to get on one's back. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one could not possibly be a true Adeptus, because all illuminated cranes are white from tip to toe. One had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of any other coloring. It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuendai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though you had never encountered her in that form, you still recognized the essence of her being. Perhaps fate brought you two together in more ways than one.
I've learned the secrets.
Now all has been revealed. One owes you an apology, Yuendai. One recognized you upon your very entrance into Wanmin Restaurant. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your story to a satisfactory end with this visit to Liyue Harbor. Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories would merely have become the fictionalized account of another. Memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who lived through them. Would you not agree? Even if the process was painful and arduous to experience. Have you any further inquiries?
Master, I must ask. If you found me all those years ago, why did you leave me be, even though you knew about my mistake? Why did you not bring me back to Mount Outsong by force?
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. It was a simple choice, nothing more. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. Have you not? 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an Adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a creature lacking in the ability to even comprehend its own monstrousness. Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
One will help her reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
Is Book back from the laundry? Whiskas, have a drink break. Okie dokie. Back to start. Is there no other way for Grandma?
Master, you've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for. How much time do I have left?
Not long. The transformation is imminent.
Granny, please don't leave, okay? You're all I have left. Please.
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny has led a wonderful life. My only regret is having to leave you behind. Don't forget to eat well, okay? A growing young lady like yourself needs lots of good food to grow big and strong. Promise Granny you'll take good care of yourself when I'm gone.
I promise, Granny. I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl, good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable crane in all of Mount Outsung. Granny will train day and night. I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. When that day comes, we'll be able to live together again, you and I. How's that sound?
Good.
That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while, as long as we both work hard, we're sure to meet again someday.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you to come back.
That's a
Damien
good
says,
girl.
take a stretch. Okay.
Then Granny really has no more regrets. I'm so sorry, Master.
Okie dokie.
Thank you for everything.
Xiuyu.
Let her be. At her age, crying is a natural, if not fitting, response to such an event.
Look, Grandma's
Tears are a
gone.
necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress and misery. Now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest. Take a nap if you must. One will wake you in due time.
You left Granny unattended. Yep. How dare you, book? As Ganyu would say, when you lay on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. And now you know it's a dream. Because they can't tease them together without it being nothing more than a dream.
Days of separation would finally end, and all my troubles would be behind me.
Yep, that's the missing twin from the beginning of the game. Because the two of you fought a god, and the god said "fuck off" and captured one of you and sent the other down into Teyvat.
A nightmare? Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up.
No, the sibling is free. I'll explain in a minute. We're having tea with Mom right now. Look, Book came to the tea party.
Eloquent as one may be, words of comfort are not one's strong suit. You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you. After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
All right, we're gonna leave Sleepy Paimon going in the corner here. KO, hello, thank you for the little raid. We're just gonna leave Sleepy Paimon over here. No, I'm not teary-eyed. It's fine. Ah, damn it. First you double, now you're trouble. Where are those damn onion-cutting ninjas? Yeah, we're just wrapping up the last piece of the Zhen Yun story. It had some good moments right there. Right towards the end, it definitely kind of pulled together.
Was Paimon sleeping just now?
Paimon, you only have 3 moods: eat, sleep, and talk.
Paimon wasn't talking to you. Paimon had a dream about eating grilled chicken drumsticks, that's all.
Madam Adeptus?
Oh, Shuyu, you're awake. How do you feel?
Okay, so before I go further on this, and partially as a distraction, and partially as a catch-up for Book. So, the game opens with the twins fighting an unknown god. You lose the fight, and at that point, that's where the game actually says, hey, pick who you're going to play as. And whichever one you don't pick gets captured by the god, and then you basically get knocked out, and when you wake up, you're just here on Teyvat with most of your power sealed. The little bit of power you still have from the opening is how you're able to use the elemental skills without having a vision, essentially. Yeah, no, the start of the game is just literally, by the way, we're just literally having a fight. And it's actually a really good opening sequence. But then in between the story chapters, you are slowly also piecing together what happened to your sibling. At this point, we have met our sibling in the game. We know they're alive, but they're the master of the abyss. They are the ones in charge of all the monsters in the game. And we don't know why. And when we tried to confront them about it, they just said, travel the world and you'll understand. And that's one of the reasons we've continued to travel from nation to nation. While at the same time, Traveler has basically admitted they're traveling the world to find, in the hopes that one of the Archons is the unknown god, so we can beat their face in. Because they're a little bit pissed. So, like I said, pretty early on, it's at the end of the Liyue chapter, essentially, is when you confirm, yeah, no, sibling's still there. No. You have to remember, the main character, your playable twin, is referred to as the Traveler all the time. And that's the thing, is your sibling basically said, go travel the world and you'll understand. No. Your sibling was not the god that you fought. You're getting turned around a bit. So you're traveling essentially to follow your sibling's request / command of we'll meet again when you go around the world. Yeah, your sibling also... Well, I wasn't going to mention that. I'm trying to give the basics without getting messy, because I know full well trying to explain all of what they've dropped in the past would be a bit much, so I was just trying to confirm. We know the twins alive. We don't know where they are. We know that they're potentially the big bad ? All we know is they're in charge of like all the monsters out in the world. What in the Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, kind of. Except way less confusing, and you don't need 14 spin-off games.
I feel a little better. Thanks. I know I'll see Granny again someday, so I don't feel so sad anymore. Madam Adeptus, could I ask you something? Would you take me in as a disciple?
Oh. And have you reasons for this sudden interest?
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong. She felt really bad about it.
Damien over here just dropping all the lore bombs on top of book at once.
But without that mistake, I would have never been born. Even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how much she loved me. So...
There were always some monsters in the world, but never the ones that are more organized. And that's because the ones that are more organized, they're the survivors of a civilization. Yeah, what Damien just said. Basically, the gods destroyed the civilization that our brother was in charge of, and cursed the civilians of the city. But basically what we know is our sibling popped out on Teyvat at some point way earlier than we did. And somehow they became the head of one of the nations on the planet. However, they believed in a nation without gods because Kaya's not from Conria. He's descendant. He's descended from the people of Conria. There's a difference. The only person from Conria we know that's actually alive is Dainsleif.
I could become a cool
Anyway.
Adeptus like you and help a whole bunch of people, just like Granny wanted to do.
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal. The fact that Yuendai's blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire, one shall make it so.
Thank you so much, Madam Adeptus. No, I mean, Master.
Chuyu, are you sure about this?
Have you met her? Have you met her other children?
Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret. We've seen Cloud Retainer's 2 other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like Chinchin and violet grass. If you join them, you'll never enjoy Wanmin Restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
Hook should flip a coin, see if you go pass out or go get food and try to play a game, something to get some food, have the happy chemicals.
How utterly preposterous. One has never enforced such a rule. Every individual must find their own path to enlightenment. So long as one retains a pureness of spirit, one's dietary proclivities are quite irrelevant.
Well, you say that, but Paimon's not seeing any tasty treats up here now, is she?
Good Lord, Paimon.
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comforts. That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Shu Yu shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple in the human world.
Whoa! You're leaving Mount Outsong?
Is this why you took on your human form?
One has never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, one has sought only solace and peace. Yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, Yuendai, they all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive. Why are you all so silent?
Paimon is, just a bit shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise unoccupied, one would not be opposed to the idea. One will be assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor. You should take care to avoid disclosing one's true identity.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret.
Even though you've been shouting her name, both names, like half the story, Paimon.
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One plans to put up various items from one's collection for sale. The earnings should provide for a comfortable living in Liyue Harbor. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
Well, that hits hard.
Seems like you've really thought of everything. Then how about we meet up in Liyue Harbor in 2 days?
A sensible plan. See you then. Oh, also, why don't you take this suspense insomnia mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the future,
You get to take it
try
home?
quieting your mind and sitting in meditation as you listen to its melodies. It might help you find a new perspective.
Awesome! Thanks, Cloud Retainer! Hey, didn't we promise Shincho that we'd tell him what we found out? Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you.
Game says, wait for 2 days. I say, first off, I'm going to go talk to the water brat. Then I'll wait for 2 days. The piece is the one of drumstick inside you all along. Yes, that is what one said. I think you might be getting a little turned around, book. I guess the real question is, can I talk to him, or do I need to wait the couple days? Oh, nope, he's still over here. Boing.
We meet again, dear friends. How did everything go?
Great! And it's all thanks to you!
You quickly go over the whole story. I don't think there was a quickly there.
See. So the stories didn't get it right after all. Even though she was a celebrated heroine, she had to bear a heavy burden that most could not hope to understand. Thank goodness for the help of that Adeptus. At least she was able to recover what she had lost. Although I cannot claim to know exactly how their story will unfold from here, I trust the ending will be a happy one. Those united in a common purpose always find a way back to each other in the end. Thank you for helping me fill in the gaps. And don't worry, I'll keep this all to myself. It's not my story to tell, after all.
Alright, now we have to wait. But I hate waiting. So we're going to time warp.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter.
With the wind.
Key here is consumer psychology.
I'm still wondering how Gaming fits into this, but I guess we'll learn more about him in Lantern Right.
Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection of ordinary valuables. Such intense scrutiny is hardly necessary.
To be quite honest, your insistence.
Does Book know how he met Paimon? Probably not. The, Paimon was drowning because a monster, like, dragged her out to sea, and we fished her out. And then Paimon's just like, oh, I love you. You're going to be my... Yep. He was like, I love you. Thank you. You saved my life. We're going to be best friends forever. Hey, I can show you all the places in the world if you're looking for whatever happened to your sibling.
In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back, not even if I worked every single day. I have to be careful. Yes, you can never be too careful.
You've been feeding Paimon from the beginning? Nope. I mean, you have been feeding Paimon from the beginning, but...
Shenyan, what are you guys arguing about?
Ah, perfect timing. This ignoramus is questioning the authenticity of my wares. I'll have you know, these items have remained untouched in my personal collection for several hundred years. To question their legitimacy is pure folly.
Several hundred years?
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you see, passed down over many generations, as families are wont to do.
Yeah, we have to... Oh, Book's just gonna start clipping me. I see. Book wants to keep me in on the clip train.
Yep, they've definitely been around a while. We can vouch for her on that one.
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to part with them. Indeed, you should consider it an honor to even have the opportunity to behold them with your own eyes. Doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to another buyer.
Whoa, please don't go! I apologize for any insult, miss. You see, I know full well that I lack the knowledge to judge the true worth of these items. If you could wait but a moment, I've hired an expert to appraise them for me. He should be here shortly.
It's gonna be Zhongli, isn't it?
An expert, you say? Very well. I will wait for a little while longer, then. Traveler, Paimon, this is my new residence. If you have cause to seek my company in the future, this is where you can find me.
Master! Oh, it's you two again. Hello.
Shuyu! You got a new outfit! It looks great on you.
Master made it for me. I like it too.
Huh? You know how to make clothes?
Paimon, she's been around for hundreds of years. She knows how to do a lot of things.
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of the proper mechanism, sewing is hardly a challenge.
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so I just left them outside.
Fret not. I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably sort through my stuff a bit first.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets. No matter. Do what you must, child. Now, this expert you mentioned, when can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is! Here, allow me to make some introductions.
Geo Daddy!
A well-respected consultant at Wangshang Funeral
Yes, it is. It's her manga collection. It's fine.
of valuables and antiques. Mr. Zhongli, this is Miss Shen Yun. She's the one who's looking to sell the
the traveler moment of oh shit. What happens when your ex-boss shows up to work?
If it isn't Miss Shenyun. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. What a serendipitous reunion.
Indeed, most serendipitous. Have you been faring well as of late, Mr. Zhongli?
Quite well, thank you. I was fortunate enough over the past few days to enjoy both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh brew of tea from the most recent harvest. The experiences left me with such insight and peace.
Huh. So you two are already acquainted?
They sound like exes. I mean, kind of. Basically, she used to work for him when he was the god of Geo, and he's given up that position, but they still respect each other. They've worked together for hundreds of years plus, and so, but he didn't know she was moving into the city, and I don't think she had been completely aware. Like, she knew he was alive, but that's basically all she knew. So the fact that the two of them just immediately are face to face, she's like,
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware, allow me to inform you that Miss Shenyun is a well-regarded collector and appraiser. She is well-versed in all fields, and oft-celebrated for her impeccable taste. You stand to gain much from this opportunity.
You are too kind, Mr. Zhongli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for detail. I can say without a doubt that you are foremost in that regard.
Why, you flatter me, Miss Shenyun. It would seem that you are as self-effacing as ever.
Not at all, Mr. Zhongli. Not at all.
While I am loath to butt into this conversation, I must ask...
Daddy and Mommy are flirting.
You two already knew each other, and you seem to have quite a cordial relationship. Can I be certain that you're not working together to swindle me? I mean, you never know.
Huh! A preposterous accusation! The heavens themselves would collapse before we would conspire to do such a thing.
Miss Shenyun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust. If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance, this transaction may be taken elsewhere.
Okay, so the other thing is every god basically has their element and I guess a topic, a virtue. So like the god of Anemo, the god of wind, is the god of freedom. Geodaddy here is the god of contracts. So saying he would dare to fuck you over on a contract is... Now, keep in mind, 99% of the population have no idea who he really is, or was.
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest. What fool would still harbor doubts after Mr. Zhongli himself has vouched for the goods? Miss Shenyun, wait!
I'm with you. I'm staying out of this one.
I deeply apologize for doubting you. So, Mr. Zhongli, could you please give me a final verdict on the value of these items?
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance are exquisite enough to merit it a place in any fine home.
You know, I thought about that for a while, and I think I figured that out. Part of it was he was the god of money because Geo is earth and metals are in the earth, so he could essentially, by extension, he had power over metal. Which is how he could literally just go, boop, coin money.
The same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder with geometric grace. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world. With that in mind, I earnestly recommend procuring every last item in this collection.
All right. Since I hired you as my consultant, Mr. Zhongli, I shall, of course, trust your good opinion. Then, in that case, Miss Shenyun, I'll take the lot. However, since the final sum is quite large, how about we start with an initial deposit through the Northland Bank?
The Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you refer to the fiduciary house. Oh, very well.
I fear people only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Why is that subtitled snore? That made no sense.
My friends, have you been doing well?
We've been great. How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such a busy consultant.
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when Mr. Xiaozu requested my services. As for you, Miss Shenyun, I presume you must be looking to settle in the city?
I must say, the name Shenyun sounds exceedingly strange coming from you. Perhaps you could dispense of that particular epithet in further conversation.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
Well, that is true, but... Alas, refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
One has indeed. One's previous stays were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow. From turmoil to peace, enlightenment to aspiration. Human society possesses limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
Alright, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one plays the host as we try some specialty dishes together? One must profess great interest in trying bamboo shoot soup.
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Oh? What occasion was this?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too preoccupied to secure yourself a portion. Or perhaps our other companions simply availed themselves of faster reflexes on that occasion.
Huh! Hardly. 'Twas most certainly out of consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot.
Well, Paimon's gonna be happy.
One has already passed word to Shenhe Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable?
Oh, we're gonna have a whole family reunion.
It should be a most splendid occasion.
Shu Yu, come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li. He is,
A humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhengli.
That should be everyone, right? Let's go!
Sounds good. Actually, Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation? I heard it's impossible to stop eating after even just one bite. You know, 'cause it's super tempting and stuff. Is that true?
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the right preparation, certain dishes can be too delicious to resist.
Huh? Why are you all walking so fast? Hey, wait for Paimon! Hey, wait up!
Aw, we don't get to see the family reunion. Maybe that's in. Maybe that's gonna be part of Lantern Rite. Unsigned letter. Oh no. Oh. It's a letter from Mommy and Daddy. I hope we get more of this story, that story later. It's a good family story. Alright. Oh. That gets us through the story. We've got, yep, the trial site, which I don't know what that's going to turn into. I'm also just, I know it's not a super unusual thing, but I know I'm not going to go super late tonight, probably till midnight at the longest, because I've got to get up and get some stuff done tomorrow before I leave for the weekend. So I've already done my expedition reward, yeah. Yeah, I've done all my daily stuff. Alright. So we're gonna go back to our new area. And we're gonna see about picking up those other quests that I found earlier. I assume one of them will probably lead to the missing teleport point, but we'll see. We're back! Oh, this is where we were. Yeah, we were looking at the technician. Cauldron is said to be a divine treasure given by Cloud Retainer. Bondcraft, that structural analysis. Anyway, she's looking at the cauldron. Finished examining the cauldron. From the look of it... Oh, you two are back. I wanted to check in on the cauldron. No such thing as a problem that can't be solved. How's it looking? What's wrong with the cauldron? Not so much as the cauldron itself as, well, look at this bond graph I sketched out over here. The flow source itself should be fine, but something's off with the performance of several... Need to turn off auto, it's going too fast. I'm so used to just using all the technical terms, I'm sorry. In layman's terms, the cauldron itself is probably fine, but there's something wrong with 3 of the connected mechanisms. This is causing the flow of elemental energy to act a little funny. Oh, you say mechanisms, we say monoliths. Sacred mountain ley lines wind all over the place, so you have to control them with stones to prevent chaotic energy from building up. Chaotic elemental energy is indeed a terrifying thing, but these mechanisms, they shouldn't have anything to do with the ley lines. They're directly connected. While we can't see how the mechanisms are structured, their operating principles are all the same. Those Adepti must have been phenomenal artisans. Well, you're not wrong there. I may understand the mechanical mysteries at work here, but that cloud retainer surely is an incredible adeptus for having come up with such ingenuity. These monoliths, functionally speaking, a more accurate name would be three-phase asynchronous elemental tuners. Okay, yeah, they get along great. That's right. According to the records, the great master Alain Guillotine himself, founder of the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering, also designed a constrained layer dampener to regulate the elemental energy. While his blueprints are long lost, the principle should be the same. Emphasis on should be. Shame I'm too old to learn such things, but let me ask again. What caused the problem, and is it serious, and can it be fixed? The us technicians don't get too concerned whether a problem is serious or not. We only think whether or not it can be fixed. For this particular issue, well, if it wasn't fixable, I'd have left a long time ago. What a relief. There I was thinking the Adepti I saw us as a bunch of neglectful fools and had cast some kind of magic on this ward to make it irreparable. Mr. Lau, all devices are fundamentally the same. If they're left for too long without being maintained, it's only natural a problem will arise. As Master Guillotine once said, no matter what the system or how ingenious the design, all mechanisms will eventually collapse if left to run completely on their own. Well, that went right over Paimon's head, but anyway, if we can just fix these tuners, that would solve the problem, right? Yep, that's right. The mechanisms connected to the cauldron aren't too far from here, so if you let me go take a look, I should be able to fix them. Oh, we'll come too. Thanks, that's very kind of you. In that case, I see no point waiting around at all. Let's go. Alright then, excellent. Traveler, Paimon, I'll leave this tea cauldron business to your good selves and the technician. Alright. Then I saw another one over here in the wharf area. I'm kind of just gathering the quests up for the moment. If I can find them again. Might not be able to find all of them. Yeah, I might not find this one. I found a box. Yeah, that was the whole wharf. I don't know where that one was before. Was it up here? Nope. Okay. So I don't know where that one was. I know I saw a different one earlier, though. The other one that I thought I saw was over here in the valley. Let's see if I can find that one again. I remember seeing a marker. It was right on the edge. No? Maybe? Oh, there's a Celia over here. Ooh, and there's a cart. guess it's further below. Yep, there it is.
With the wind.
Excuse me. Floaty jades. I needs them. Ah, they're giving me more star crunches and flowers. I love these jars. They needed to put them more places. Okay, what is this? I have a Lingshu courtyard. Interesting. This counts as its own place. Because this area is... Oh. Who art thou to disturb my beauty sleep? Fear me! It is only natural. Were I unconfined to this stone, you would already be in my belly. Oh, you're just one of the statues. I thought you were a monster. What do you mean, just a statue? If one would not one such be frightening in and of itself? We've seen a bunch. Here's the thing. Ah, fine. Seems like there's no scaring you two. Why must you do that anyway? You're just a statue. Even if I was just a statue, this place is still the Herb Lord's abode. Oh. When she was yet with us, she did not appreciate others disturbing her peace at their liberty. That's why I scare away all the pesky ones. I shall continue to do so even if she isn't around anymore. Nevertheless, your presence does feel somewhat different from those other ordinary mortals, and considering that I couldn't scare you either, could I please ask for a favor? What could we help you with? Well, take a look at these colorful butterflies. Ever since the Abode Lords departed, these little things have scattered all over the place and fly about as they please. You mean like the one on your head? Just a moment, we'll help you get it. Oh dear. Oh, is that... Oh, that's what that wanted. Okay. The Adobe's Herb Lord previously used these colorful butterflies to adorn its door, but said mechanism was later destroyed. These colorful butterflies in the medicine jar were originally meant to nourish the Adeptal tree. I assume that's that tree over there. The Herb Lord planted this tree herself. It may be withered, but the Herb Lord said as long as the butterflies haven't dispersed, the tree can be revived. Departed as soon as she lost the power to maintain her human form. I wonder how she's doing these days. As the vivid butterflies converge in the jar, new life shall be restored to the withered tree. Yeah, that's right. Wait, how'd you know that? Never mind. That's about it. As long as these butterflies get back in the jar, we can then nourish the withered tree. I'm counting on you, kind humans. Alright. So... that's 3 quests.
All in a day's work.
Although that doesn't seem to have a waypoint, so... that's not our mystery spot. If I were a mystery waypoint on this map, where would I be? Oh, we've got this little cavern kind of right here. What, is there anything in there? This is my problem when I'm trying to solve mysteries in Genshin, is I just start guessing random ideas. I don't even know if that's a cavern. There is a cavern. Oh, Jesus! Actual jump scare. Jesus. Oh. Turn the corner and have that twit running at me. I got a box for it. Some jade, a box.
Ooh, wonderful.
There's a carp in here somewhere. Oh, this is the place we teleported to that had the missing chunk of the mural. Didn't think it was going to be underground like this. I assume this is probably some dead ends.
I'll catch up.
Okay, yep, that's the dead end. So is the carp above? It must be. That's a shame. Did not turn out to be as interesting as I hoped. Still, we're gonna go over there and see if I can find that carp. Because I don't want to let them go to waste. It would have to be... kinda low to the ground, wouldn't it? Aha! It's another one of those barriers. I think it was, didn't I need to be a fish to go through that barrier? So how am I supposed to get in there? Got to tell you, you YOLO to Gaming. Nice. Aha! I am fish.
Ooh, wonderful.
Ancient scroll. Oh, they're talking. Yeah, they're talking about how they saved him. Do all your pulls. You know what? Since you're here, and I won't be back until Tuesday. You know what? You know what? Let's do a why the hell not? Oops, no. Actual shop. Stop. I'm on shop. Thank you. You know what? Let's do a why not? Purple. I got a rock. Is that what I got out of this one spear? Yep, I got one spear. That was it. All right, we're saving the rest for Tuesday. That was my one why not? I think I have. Yeah, I was gonna say I think I have one of these that I've been refining.
You seem tired. Would you like some tea?
I mean, I assumed nothing was going to happen.
1 cube or 2?
I assumed there wasn't going to be Jack. I know my luck. Alright, so now... Whee! I am a fish, I am a fish. Yeah, it kind of feels weird for that to be all the way up there and not have something tied to it, so... Let's see what we can find out. Straight up. Not enough! Not enough! Lean to the side! Oh, I've made a mistake. Oh, please get to the ledge. Please, please. Okay. Whew. Alright, I see the sparkle. Where? Aha. Uh-huh. You know what? We're going to choose this one. Figured there'd be something up here for them to bother to put this up here. Doesn't look like there's anything else though. It really is starting to make me wonder where this last waypoint is though. Like, I've gotten all the other pieces that easily stand out. It's got to be something odd. It may well be tied to one of the quests I haven't done. Let's work on that for a bit. 40, 30. Let's go with the, let's go work on the T. Still can't decide. Ham, Hot Pocket, or Mac and Barbecue? What's the Mac and Barbecue? Is that just mac and cheese with barbecue sauce, or is it macaroni with barbecue, or is it like some barbecue meat in the mac and cheese? Pedro?
Shower me with praise. Ah.
You just want Hydro? No? Alright, what do you want? Like you're marked with Hydro. Do we have one of the flowers? Yeah, like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle here. Yeah, see, now it says I'm just too far out.
May I present?
Okay, so it's not that. Maybe because it's Hydro, it needs a reaction from Hydro? No. Just says something seems to be wrong. Alright. Well, that doesn't help me any. Marie calendars. Some sweet mac. Oh, yeah. Little pork shreds. That doesn't seem too bad. I would say I'd try that. Be a little more involved than the Hot Pockets, but let's try. You'll find out the food help. Nope, that ain't it. Bookie can hear again. I just said I think I would go with the mac and cheese and barbecue. It sounds nice. I don't know what this quest wants of me. Oh, wait a second. Is this an investigate spot? No. Resonate with the monolith. Okay, I did that. What am I supposed to do with it? I think the trade-off is you can't have is the Hot Pocket will be quicker, but I think the barbecue and mac sounds tastier to me.
Someone needs assistance.
Oh, this is the cauldron I found last night and didn't have any idea what to do with. Oh. Okay, that one made sense.
Next on the agenda, healthy body, healthy mind.
Okay, so I should look for something to change. Oh, it moved the... It moved the stones.
Access denied.
Okay. Ah, now we have... Okay. I was overthinking it. I was overthinking that one. Alright, this one's Animo. Don't have to aim if I just use Ganyu. Yep. Okie dokie.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now.
So that should solve the quest back at the village. Alright, are you brewing again, Uncle Lau? All 3 mechanisms are taken care of. Yes. Just need to do some final checks. Shouldn't be any problems. Would you be willing to help out, however? Follow her to the tea cauldron. After tapping the cauldron lightly, a slight look of surprise appears on her face. There's something strange about the echo. It should be more of a thump-thump. What do you mean a thump-thump? Well, the cauldron's empty, so going by the formula left by Master Guillotine, the echo should be much clearer, so what Tavat could be the reason? Why don't you look inside, Paimon? Paimon can't fit in there. Paimon feels like we've discussed this before, but why do you always get Paimon to go into strange places? Taps the cauldron. This? Or like this? Is inside the teapot the last waypoint? Nope.
Born of ice and frost.
Just a case of clear out the creatures. Eye of the Storm. Okay. There's something I've not fought in a billion years. Can't say I was expecting a teapot combat challenge, but I shouldn't be surprised from Adepti. The tea is flowing out once more. Roasting tea will never be as efficient as processing it in a workshop, but seeing the cauldron is a divine treasure. It'll be a real tourist magnet to help revitalize the village. We'll invite the tourists to experience our centuries-old tea-making traditions and pocket a few more for entry tickets. Alright. That wasn't too bad. And we've got... Let's save the trial. No, let's go do the trial. We'll go for the trial and see what we get here. I'm not a... Oh, there's a Vista right over here, too. Oh, nope. Cutscene first. Behold the Plum Watcher piles passed down by the Grandmaster Guha himself. It was upon these stones that the Grandmaster Guha practiced back in the day, cultivating the technique to become a true master. Over there, the ancient trees were also planted by our founder's hand. They're all at crazy angles, and some were broken in half, probably due to years of neglect and disrepair. Of course not, it's merely to increase the difficulty of training, nothing more. After all, there won't be neat stone piles to step on in a real battle, will there? No one would step on one of those things in a real fight either. In any case, I ask that you step on the stone piles in the order in which I specify within the allotted time. Okay. Sploosh. Alright. Easy peasy. I fell because I wasn't looking. Sure. You're making shit up, but sure. And we go to the practice arena. Alright, first, give me the Vista. And where are we going? Over there. Behold our practice arena! Is this where Shinku used to train? Second is the trial of the spear and sword. Let me get the training equipment out. Surely you don't want me to knock down all these dummies. In 2 seconds flat. Who could do that? Me during the commission in Mondstadt? Some of these dummies are dressed in blue while others are dressed in red. Battlefield may turn on a dime. You must be able to distinguish friend from foe. Defeat all dummies dressed in red within the allotted time. If you strike a dummy dressed in blue, you lose on the spot. Alright. Blue, blue, blue. Red. 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 Oh, okay, now you're getting mean. Nope. Ah. Are we going to excuse it? Because it didn't instantly... That didn't count. Do it again. The dummies in blue you hit were just the spies. Okay. Ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga. Okay, this is a little different than I imagined. The lifeblood of our clan for a millennium, Wang Shan Hall. It really does look like it's seen better days. When the Grandmaster founded our clan, this was a place of untold majesty, where great heroes from all over gathered in merriment and song. When the realms of the Adepti paled in comparison. Speaking of which, what does the name mean anyway? Oh, I'll tell you. The legend has it that when the Grandmaster wandered the world, his sword terrified all bandits, and the countryside boasted of being as peaceful as the city. Mountain thieves were as frightened of Uha as they were of tigers. Tiger is the king over the beasts, and thus did the locals under the Grandmaster's protection call this place Wangshan Hall out of respect for supremacy over the mountains. Wouldn't it have been called something like Mighty Tiger Mountain then? Anyway, for 1,000 years the clan has tirelessly honed its martial art techniques here. Honed this place into the ground. Oh, come, I'll show you around. Follow me around. This is their arsenal. Dilapidated old wooden rack with all kind of rusted equipment. Rusted beyond all recognition and have not been used in some time. Yeah, like the whole thing here is just like they're too unwilling to give up the past, I think. Right? Waddle, 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 waddle. There's a sensor here. This is the memorial tablet of our ancestral founder. This box is not something you shall tamper with. Okay. Be good. I left offering for Book Squirrel to come eat. Alright. There's clearly something here. Oh? Why is this way locked? This is the Arcane Archive, where all the ancient mysteries and secrets of the clan are hidden. Only our own disciples are allowed within. I guess that's as far as we go. Alright, that concludes your tour. Treasure isn't something you can just randomly find, you know. In all these centuries, many disciples have sought out the Grand Master's treasure, but none have succeeded. If you wish to continue exploring our clan's secrets, you must follow its rules with a show of good faith. We agreed there'd be no fee. And if my conscience is clear... Paimon, what are you up to? You're not supposed to be the one with creepy ideas, Paimon. Paimon, didn't he say the Goa clan used to accept rice and salted meat? Why don't we fulfill that wish and make him some salted meat? Why are we just covering this thing as... Oh my god. Why are we doing it? What are we doing to this poor man? Oh no. I could have sworn I also saw something strange get added in. Probably nothing. The pot... Hold on. I demand to see this. The Paimon Special! Paimon has put all her heart and salt into this super special dish. Oh no. We're gonna kill the old man, aren't we? We're back! I suppose you could call it a sumptuous dish. Takes a bite. Oh god, he just dashes over to the pond and starts gulping. What is this? You're welcome? Ew. You're planning to pull a fast one on us as if we were an ordinary tourist, weren't you? That's right. Mom bets all the talk about treasures was just to bum a free meal. Do you really think you can outrun the Millelith? Hold on a moment. Don't get the Millelith involved, please. I'm a martial artist and a proper senior member of the clan. If a man my age went to jail for scamming tourists, I'd never outlive the shame of it. If you had any shame, you wouldn't have tried to scam us at all. I wasn't lying. There may not be 12 secret chambers in the hall, but the relic does exist. Our modern disciples just don't know where it is. Then what's the difference? We're going to just tell them you're a mean old man swindling tourists and cheating them out of food and... Okay, I've received a lot of tourists in my time here, but hardly as any as honest as you two. How about this? If you don't report me, I'll make an exception. I'll give you the key to the library. There are countless secrets books down there. Surely they count as treasures? Why do you have so many spare keys? At my age, I'm afraid I'll lose them, so here, have one. Weren't you worried we might be bad people? To be honest, the tourists from before paid Mora, which I used to maintain the things buried here. Not that there's much left of the clan now. The only ones left here who still have any desire to return and keep things running are a few of us old folks. It's just a shame at our age we have the will but not the strength. You two saw how run down the place is. The most we can do now is keep the dust at bay. If the Grand Master was still around, he'd laugh at our powerlessness. But the legacy can't just be buried along with us old folks, can it? I can tell that you're good people, and good people are hard to come by these days. The willingness to humor an old fool like me brought some life back into this place. The way I see it, better those books to be entrusted to you than left to rot. See? Anyway, that's enough of the sentimental talk. Let's just say I'm giving the key to you so you won't report me. Stay here as long as you'd like. As for the books in the library, take any that catch your eye.
Splendid! More interesting trinkets for me.
Way of the Rain Cutter. Record of the Masters. Compendium of the 100 Arts. Oh snap, there's more. Oh, hold on. An underwater section as well. The 9 Swords of Wanlian. Oh, it's a whole pile of books. It's actually a whole pile of books. Key to martial prowess. Eye, Guha, Aloof Spear. At least the Telmans have legible writing. If I respond with cursive. Nope, this is beyond cursive. It's just unreadable. Okay, we are clearly meant to lower the water. They're putting items down there to gather.
Didn't see that coming.
We're way behind schedule. There's nothing.
Practicing light piercer technique. Destroyed all the dummies by mistake. No money or resource. I'll tie straws together to make my own. Note, tying straw is exhausting. Dig a deep pond below the piles. Not only prevent injuries, but I can raise fish for food. Look within the eyes and combine the scrolls of knowledge from all places with the chamber of the corners. Huh. Oh. Keo going to bed. How's the sleepies? Okay. Keo says, have a drink. Sit up straight. Stretch. Alright, fine. Just gonna make me have a healthy existence. How could you? How could you do this to me? all your fault. How could you do this? Alright, alright, that's clearly the Geo Scroll. How am I supposed to know which one I'm putting where?
Next on the agenda.
Okay, go bed. Night night. Robustness of rock. Alright, that sounds...
Access denied.
I need a way to put... Okay. I don't know what that one is. Oh, they're color-coded. I'm an idiot. Alright, so you're Geo. Alright. Kaboom! I have discovered the true secret. Shrouded Hero, Hidden Veil.
We're way behind schedule.
Oh, this is still going.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Way of the Light Piercer. Hey, look what I found. My last waypoint. Oh, this is pretty. Who knew such a big secret could have been hidden in this rundown hall? Guess you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I don't think he knew about this place either. Wait, could this be the actual treasure chamber from the legends? Look over there. There's something glowing on that platform. Looks like a mechanism. Let's go check it out. Book, we're not judging you. Too much. Those are the keywords, yes. Spin disc. Alright. Now the $1 billion question is, how many puzzles are tied to this room?
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Was that? I don't... Yeah, it's a... Oh, there are some new 3-star designs. I didn't realize that. I may have merged some of them away. Uh-oh. Overloaded. Upon causing overloaded, superconduct, electrocharge, quick and aggravate. Oh, Jesus Christ. Basically a bunch of different pretty much any electro reaction, actually. Perfectly ordinary iron sword, just darker than most. Apparently I need to go through some of my 3 stars, because I've probably been selling off some things that I don't think I should have. Right, you're going to get locked because you're the first one of those that I've ever seen. Okay. Mechanism. Heavens are unfaithful, and those who seek its blessing and gained audience are rare. Fate is capricious, and those whose prosperity endures are few. Who are favored often find their paths barred, and worse awaits those who are not. This monument was left to ask this of future generations. When you have reached a dead end, what shall you do? I'ma touch it. Look at the little slime. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, that's a little more than a slime. Actually giving a fuck time. What? This is more like it. Alright, any more enemies, or are we just playing keep away at this point? Nope! More friends! Alright. Oh, Jesus! Joke's on you, I've got a shielder. Oh. Water level dropped again. Wait, do you think these really are the 12 chambers? I don't know about that.
Jackpot.
I'd like to get my water. Oh, use that. Let me have my carp. Let me have my carp. I need a carp to dance. Alright. I want to finish looking around before... It feels like there's supposed to be a bunch of puzzles here. That's That's one of the Geo Rock puzzles. There's that one. What shall cut the rain? Touch the step. Phone tapping. But I already did the puzzle for this. Oh, it's a reset. Ah, I see. Sort of. Alright, so now how do you get in this room? There's clearly some stuff in there. Camera.
I'll catch up.
Oh, it's just open. Does that mean there's only been one key to all of the hall? Maybe. Is this just the same thing? What may pierce light? Seems like it no longer sees anything about the world as important. Kick the stone tablet.
The show begins.
We're way behind.
It's like a difficulty mode or something? Alright, anyway, this wants me to keep moving. I'm going to double back through here later. I like that all the fish were in here keep dying and just giving me free fish fillets. Nope, this just opens into the mountainside. This sword has something written on it, caressing the blade, singing as I go. To cleave dragons and drink their blood. The divine light, like flowing lightning, icy edge threatens to smash the mountain. Beneath Mount Tianheng, I slay tigers. The scaled beast I skewer amidst the sea of clouds. When I return, crowned in success, we shall live at ease. We originally wanted to leave behind some delicacies here, but the food would inevitably spoil. I left the recipes here for you to cook instead. I assure you they will be delicious indeed. Apart from these, nothing else remains, only the sword and scenery. When faced with a dead end, what should you do? You already know the answer. Do not take treasure, leaving solely one, henceforth. Pursue me when in despair. They roughly mean he didn't take anything with him. It's okay, I'll make you something to eat, Paimon. I don't get to take the sword? Oh. Maybe I get different inscriptions from doing the other puzzles? Oh jeez, that's a huge jump. Alright. Well, if there isn't really the 13 chamber thing, then yeah, I'll go back in and see if redoing the fight changes anything. Yeah, a fade engraving of a spear and a sword. Survive for 45 seconds.
Dusty. Best give it a...
Okay, let's try the sword. Defeat all opponents within 120 seconds.
Stop that! Blaze over.
Spam all the things. True mastery of spear and sword.
If we bury it, maybe it'll spring back to life.
Okay, so yeah, that's just the first one to do the story bit, and then if you do the other two puzzles, then you activate its challenge modes, essentially. But do we get any additional carvings? Because the fact that the sword carving is like numbered 1 to me shows that there's more, so maybe you have to come back for different days or do the challenges. So let's try now that the challenges are done. Nope. That's still just the one inscription. Well, that's an interesting tidbit to go through. We've found the Guha treasure. We've completed all trials in Wangshan Hall. And we repaired the tea cauldron. It means the only other immediate thing that I have found to do is the butterflies.
One client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
Alright. Let's see if we can solve the butterflies. Butterflies didn't look like they were going to be too involved, so that should be a pretty quick thing. Just look for 5 butterflies. Big colorful butterfly.
Strike a pose!
Oh, there's more of them. Oops. My Hutai die. Again. Alright, I'm being greedy. Let me just stop that.
All in a day's work.
Alright. That's one of our butterflies, for sure. I don't think that's supposed to be that way. There another one? There is. Interesting. It's got a barrier though.
Steady as stone.
Ah, if I put that one there, I turn the barrier off. And that's why there's 2 over here. To turn that barrier off to let the butterfly out. One over here for the loot though. Who's over there? Okay. Go back, young butterfly.
Best give it a spring cleaning.
Oh, I do want to finish the butterflies, but I also did promise myself I would stop at midnight. I don't want it to... I don't want to not listen to my own promise. So rather than get myself too distracted on things, let me see if I can find my, since there's a carp right here in the room, let me see if I can find it real quick. Pretty sure it's in the teapot here. Oh no, you're not supposed to do that. There we go, that's what I want, and yep, there it is. Alright. We're gonna live quietly here in the teapot. That's where we're gonna call it a night. I'll come back and play with the butterflies, and we'll see about doing polls and doing Lantern Rite events and all that fun stuff. When I come back on Tuesday, I will be gone for the next couple of days to go visit my mom and do some birthday stuff, and we'll do a little celebration when we get back. So till then, have a good time, everyone, and I will see you on the next stream.